All right. Hello and welcome, everybody. I am sorry for the delay. I just found myself kept on coming up with more and more ideas and putting away more and more small projects. But we're here now. I was just thinking about some of the other things on my to-do list here. We're going to retire an old map of mine called Kharga. In fact, I've already removed it from the community's online repository because of obsolescence. It doesn't quite it doesn't spawn right anymore. For some reason, there was something about the game that was changed that causes it to no longer spawn properly. And it's not a huge deal, but in order to update the objects for it, which would cause it to spawn properly again, I'd have to go out and figure out why my old objects program is no longer working, and I don't want to do that. Hey, Chris, welcome. I'm not really sure what that means, but I will take your word for it. So I don't really want to go back and update the old objects generation program because it's an old program and it doesn't have as many features as the new one. So instead, we're just going to start over. Not completely. We still have some code to reference that will help us get started with this, but it'll be a lot more from scratch. But we also have a lot of other features that we've added since Kharga was made that we could use to maybe improve the quality of the script a little bit or make it a little bit leaner. Right now it's sitting at about 1.5 megabytes, which is the smallest that it's ever been. But unfortunately, DE has regressed in its capacity to support larger map scripts. And so what was acceptable 3 or 4 years ago is not really acceptable anymore. And that's very unfortunate. So we're going to see if we can make the script a little bit leaner. The other big thing too is that I developed a version of this map script that was African themed instead of desert themed. And I basically just have these two scripts sitting right next to each other. Functionally, they're the same thing, but one just has a different look than the other. And I don't like that. So I thought, well, why don't I combine the two? And then maybe I can bake a few other biomes into this map script as well. I was thinking I could do like an Asian theme and a jungle theme and maybe a frozen theme. So we'll see what we can do with that. But for those of you that don't have any reference or experience with Kharga, this is the legacy map called Oasis. And basically what I did for Oasis is I said, this map sucks. Is there some way where I can make the Oasis itself interactable, right? Because probably for 90% of the games that you play, you don't even know that there's a lake in the middle here, right? It's just, you might as well call it Center Forest. It doesn't really, it doesn't, it's not interactable. It's not fun. I mean, there's other fun things you can do on this map, and I personally like Oasis, but there's not as much strategic variety or options or different things that could happen as there should be on this map. So what I did was I made a map called Kharga. And I made this years ago, and I submitted it for the World Desert Championship. And at the time, I did not have the technology to do a standard start because there were too many lands on the map. And the only kinds of starts that I could do were nomad starts. And they didn't need any more nomad maps. They didn't want the nomad map. So it was not selected. But I believe that if I resubmitted what exists now, assuming that it had no bugs and that DE didn't change anything, if I submitted what exists now, then, hey, Sleeper, welcome. Haro, welcome. If I submitted what exists now for Kharga to the World Desert Championship, I think it would have won because it's seen so many improvements. So I'll show you guys some pictures here of the original Kharga. Let me see. We're just gonna navigate through the file. Here we go. I'm an old Kharga enjoyer. I appreciate that, Huro. So here's an African version of the map. Let me bring this up. I remade it with an African skin for Nilly's apartment cup because he wanted the hippos. So you can see that the corners basically have all the stone, and then the center of the map is where most of the wood is, although in this particular version, there are small stands of baobabs around the outside. But most of it is in the middle, and there's kind of a shallow in the middle, a muddy shallow of sorts that have most of the relics, although there's a relic in every corner as well. So this was the start. Here are the corners, and basically what's happened now for this map is that these gaps no longer spawn properly. These gaps were created by a building blocker whose collision radius has since been updated by the game. And so that means that all of these rocks that we're avoiding spawning on top of that building blocker now just all get packed in here. And so the Nomad version doesn't work at all because you start with the ox wagon in the corner and there's no way for you to get out to the rest of the map. And the non-Nomad version wouldn't really work either because there'd be no way for you to get to the stone, although it would work, admittedly, it would work much better. Here's an example of a corner with for a larger map size. Then you can see the desert, and of course there's a ton of stone there too. Okay, so here's some lions on the Savannah version. These lions are guarding what would ordinarily be an easy wall off, but because there are so many lions, it's not so easy to wall this off. Hippoasis was declined for use in Nilly's Apartment Cup 4, which I think was a very bad call. I think it's probably the best map that was submitted to that event. They felt that it would be campy, but I have seen this map played in a 1v1 tournament before, and it was far from campy. Because your woodlines are all forward. Your woodlines are all forward, and you can dock, and you can make ships, and you can do all kinds of things. So, I think they really... Yeah, see, here's an example of the wagons. The idea is that you're starving in the desert, and you're desperately looking for water, and you cross over the crest of this ridge, and then you see all of this shimmering oasis before you. So the idea with the Nomad start is basically you'd have two players in each corner and they'd kind of move in and they'd form towns here, 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 and here. And it could be quite wild. There's some more pictures. So this is my improvement over traditional Oasis, where the Oasis is actually part of the map instead of just kind of being a big clump of trees that just is a very simple thing to do that makes you play a certain way. I think there's more options with this. I think this is a better map than traditional Oasis. So what we're going to do with Shimmerpool is we're going to see if we can remake this shape with a leaner technique, maybe with some larger lands, some larger and more carefully guided lands. And we're also going to see if we can bake in some additional biomes for this. And finally, that we can make sure that we can recreate this really gorgeous, ridge line with all these cute rocks and everything in the corner. Yeah, so this is a good representation here. But we'll try to do it in some different biomes. So that's our goal for today. I have about 4 hours, so I don't think that we're going to get it all done, but we could at least get started here. Okay. So we can see that there's some inactivated scripts here, and we've got some notes for like Kharga and Hippoasis here, so we will be going back there. But we have just very basic template information. So it won't really be, it's not really going to be a very exciting stream today. It's going to be more so maybe educational and slow paced. If you're here because you're expecting some exciting Age of Empires play, you're expecting Tech Chariot to do some kind of monk rush or something like that, you're going to be disappointed. Alright, so we have just the basic stuff here. A template for how to create player forests. But the big thing is that we'll have to generalize a lot of these things and predefine stuff. So we should save that. If we go over to the scenario editor and we go to generate Shimmerpool, it should just be blank. It should just be blank grass. Yeah, there's nothing there because we haven't done anything with it. So we will come up and we will open the octave file. And this is what we're going to have to run to get the basic gist of this map going. We've got all kinds of parameters in here from other stuff. We don't need to make the player lands yet. And the good news is that a lot of this stuff has already been figured out for us. It's just a matter of adapting it to the new structure-based methods of building the lands. We can get rid of this big block here. Okay. So we're not going to run that just yet. We're going to come back to the script and I don't want to call it the same thing. We'll just call it BT. Oops. Okay, so in the player setup portion, defining the player lands here, and that's probably fine, except we're not going to do that just yet. We're actually going to do this after everything else. We're going to do this first, because this is pretty fundamental. We're going to come down here and snag that. Okay. So we're going to start random. We're going to end random. And we're going to say percent chance 100. And then we're going to have define desert biome. Oops. We're just going to make sure that this is working properly. Okay. Now, I don't know what we used for. I guess we could check. So we're going to define the player lands. We're also going to define the base terrain. Okay. So we're going to say if desert biome, and then end if. Okay, and we can have other else if things here, but for now we've only got one thing that we want to define because we're just going to start with the one biome. And so if this is true, then we need to make constant base terrain. Oops. We need to put a pound sign in front of that. Alright, the constant base terrain is going to be whatever the base terrain was that we used for Kharga before. And we probably should open up these references and just get the AOE2 terrains, because we're going to be working a lot with terrains. But we can also, probably the better thing to do would be to go and check the archive and see what we used for Kharga. Look at all those different little lands. Yikes. Yep, and to think we're going to have to recreate all of that. It'll be okay, though. It'll be fine. We'll do it. That's why we're here. Okay. Base terrain is D, and I bet D is desert, huh? 14. All right, so let me just check over here. Yeah, that is desert, okay? So there's a 100% chance that we will define it as a desert biome for now. And if it is a desert biome, then it will change the base terrain. So let's just make sure that that's working. Make sure that we've got the right concept set up here. And yes, indeed, we have the desert biome. Now, we can also go and we can check and see what the player terrains were made of. So here's an example of one. Terrain type PT1. So we need to go and see what that is. And we got PT set up somewhere. It's terrain generation. Here we go. So they are also all 14. So they're going to be the same thing. They're also going to be set up as desert. We're not using them right now, but they will come in handy. Defining the base terrain. So this is defining player lands. So we're going to say if desert biome, and then we're going to do end if down here. Okay. Otherwise, we would define these as something else. So let's change them to the correct number. All right. So now that we're kind of confident that we've got how this biome randomizer is going to work, we've got the framework for that started. We can go and see if we can get some basic shapes recreated from Kharga. So I want to try to recreate Kharga as best as I can. So that will entail coming over here and making sure that we use the right numbers for Shimmerpool. So I guess we can get rid of these various sections here that we don't need. Okay. Delete them just like that. The way that this new system works is it's built off of structures. So every time that you have, because there's just so much data at this point that you have to work with. So every time that you've got something that is not the default value, you put a dot here and then you type a specific name of a sub-level. And those sub-levels will store that data in GNU Octave. And then it will eventually use that data when it's writing the script itself. It will be able to take that data and turn it into lines of script for when it's writing the lands. So we've got a couple of sections here. Got function to points, and we've got we've got base elevation, terrain type, size scaling, base size, X values, number of tiles. Looks like we made some modification there. Zones. So I don't think we need to do anything with the zones for now. And this is stuff with the player land construction. This will become relevant later, but we don't need that right now. And so we're just going to do create player lands. The brackets. Okay. And because it's all going to get thrown together at the bottom here. So this has to be defined somehow, some way. I think now kind of comes the tricky part, is we just want to make sure that we get this working here. So we'll comment that out, but we're going to bring it back very soon. We got preface, manual land prefix, static list, dynamic list, create player lands. Okay, so we're going to work on the dynamic list first. And the dynamic list is basically anything on this map that these features for lands that could change. So if we take a look at our overview here, oops. The features that will be in the static list will be these ridges, for instance. And the dynamic list will be this, this oasis. Because even though you can't see it right now, for those who are familiar with the map, there are two possibilities. That this oval shape could open from the northwest to the southeast. It could span northwest to southeast, rather. Or it could span from northeast to southwest. So there are two possibilities, right? You could have an oasis that goes like this, or an oasis that goes like this. And because there are two possibilities, it has to choose from some logical statement one of them before generating the map. You don't know what it's going to be, but it will choose, and then you'll have to scout it out and figure which one you're on. But these corners are the same every single time. And there's no real reason to change them. We could, potentially move them around. We could maybe move them to the middle here, but I don't really see what advantage is gained from that. And we just didn't, at the time that this was originally developed, we did not have the resources to like have the oasis go from corner to corner instead of from edge to edge. Like right now it goes from the middle of an edge to the middle of another edge, or from the middle of this edge to the middle of that edge. There's the possibility of having the oasis span from corner to corner, right? And then putting the ridges somewhere else, but it was just too much stuff. So anyway, so we're going to go back and take a look at what was done in Kharga and see if we can emulate that for Shimmerpool with a new technique. So before we go, though, we're going to do like section. We're going to rename a lot of this stuff before we forget. So this is going to be section on Oasis. And we're going to have OAF. And it's basically just going to be OA everything. We have a function here that will generate a set of points. We're going to need this. It's going to be very important later. And our structure that pertains to the oasis and everything there is going to be OA. So LM underscore OA and then OA. Okay. So now we will go and we will pop open the hood here, see if we can remember how old Kharga was done. Old Kharga was pretty good. Okay, so we got some pretty definitive numbers for the mountains, and that's fine. But we have some oasis terrain here. Oh, and we had a couple of different aspect ratios for the oasis as well. So it looks like we had quite a bit of stuff. Yeah, look at that. All right, well, I guess we start with the copy and paste. All right. So we're going to take all of this and we're going to take it like up to here, I'd say. Basically copy that. And we're going to just plop it right down right here. So we're going to plop this down right here, but first we're going to comment this stuff out. Because We're going to need this, but we don't need it right now. Okay. So let me look here. It looks like we've got beach, mud, dry grass, and dirt. If I remember correctly, that is what I used for the layering. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 2 is 12. So we've got 13 of the beach. And just write that down. And then we have 1 plus 6. So we have 7 of the mud. And then we have 6 dry grass. And then we have 4 dirt. Okay. So our closest analog is essentially this right here, right? Oasis terrain type. So therefore, we can take this and we can cut this out and we can put this here and then we can get rid of that. And we can basically say this is our combination of terrain types for this Oasis. OA.TT here. And I've written it down in case so that we know what the original was in case we have to mess with that. Thing is that I don't think that there will be a lot of lands for this like there used to be. And so I think this is going to get heavily overhauled as much as we're trying to keep it the same. So we're going to duplicate this line and we're going to duplicate this line. Because when you're troubleshooting and you're not sure if something's even going to work right, if you've even got the fundamentals of how something is supposed to work, you don't want to nest for loops and like do things 4 times as many times as you need to do. Because right now, we're not interested in generating all of the possible combinations. We're just interested in like making it so that our new software framework works with an old design. And once we confirm that that is happening, then we can start baking in other contingencies. So we're just going to go with the narrower Oasis for now and the angle of 0. So we got a bunch of stuff right here. Let me see what this thing is. Okay. Yeah, I think I remember what this thing is doing. Okay. So this innermost for loop right here is basically coming up with a new curve every single time that we want to do something. And it's got this Landscribe, this old Landscribe software, and it's basically just saying, okay, you know, we're going to go outward a little bit more every single time with this new type of terrain, and we're going to paint it down, and we're going to layer it down one by one. And that's not how we want to do things here. I'm not really sure what that is, so we will get rid of it. But we're going to get rid of this whole for loop here because the whole point of this new software is that we are now able to do this in one step. The big thing that we need to think about is we just need to save these 2 functions because we're going to need these for later. So we'll pull those out and we'll paste them here and we'll comment them out for now. And get rid of that. We don't need that. And I don't think that we need this A either, or the spacing between layers, or NA. So we can get rid of all of that. That's all junk for us. That was all supporting a more tedious process. And then I think we can get rid of this. So that loop is all gone. All right, so we have terrain type. So what I'm going to do initially, just to make sure that I've got everything figured out right, is I'm going to go OA.TT is equal to just grass for now. Just going to do grass for now, just to make sure I can get this basic shape to appear properly. Because if I can't, we'll sort of be in trouble. And this stream will get this stream will be very short. Okay, this is where we're adding in the player lands. I don't think that we need to do that. So we'll get rid of, we'll comment this out actually. Cut this, and we'll paste it up here, and we'll comment it out. So this will have some basic parameters that we're interested in. But again, we don't want to use that because we're on version 9 now, and this was done on version 6. So we'll get rid of this. We have a new version of the processor as well. We don't want that anymore. We have something. We have a 6th version of the processor. So we'll copy that. We'll bring that up here. We're going to want land matrix of the Oasis. And that's all that we're going to want for now. We're not going to layer anything more in here for now. Okay, and that will be cut and put in here. Okay, and we need to get the land matrix. So for that, we do this one right here. Okay, paste that up there and uncomment that. So this is basically going to take our structure and convert it into just this big matrix that has a list of all the relevant points. So we don't need that. We don't need that. And this is fine. It's good stuff. And we're just going to say that the code is the same thing as, well, actually, we're going to say dynamic list is this. Dynamic list. And then if it's not defined already, we'll just define static list as nothing for now, even though it will be the mountains later. Just be an empty matrix there. Okay. Create parallel lands, we defined MLA, MLP. I don't think we did anything with that. MLP is there. And MLA is down there. All right. One is for everything before, one's for everything after. Appendix and prefix. Okay, so we're just going to do the very basics in here. We are going to have our function to points. This is kind of what we want to clip out. Okay, so these are the functions. We don't have anything defined for A because we got rid of it. So we will simplify these because we've already got equations for the ellipse anyway. So let's uncomment this and work on this first, though. So this is going to be, this function is going to come in here, and it's basically going to, let me just actually just check this. Navigation, maybe. Where's the documentation on it? No, that's not it. I just could have sworn that I had a v3 kicking around somewhere. Function to points. Can't find it. We have to go into our function library and look for it, which I am willing to do. It's just annoying. Aha! There is a v3. Okay, so we're going to upgrade that to the 3rd version. I thought I had upgraded it. I can't remember exactly how it's better. Whatever. It's better somehow. If it throws an error, I guess we'll have to dive in and figure out. I think it's just better in every way. So we'll leave it at that. I know I did a lot of work on it. Okay, so the Oasis function, and then this is basically going to be the center of that function. And so we're going to set the center at 50-50 in this case. This is asking us for a rotation. We could do the angle, but we're just going to put in 0 for now. This is asking us for the span in the x direction. Okay, so that is going to be linked to the size of the ellipse itself. And I actually think I had that previously in here somewhere. Yeah, it's from negative A1 to A1. So we're just going to have the same thing, I guess. We're going to copy this right there, and we're going to paste that in here. Because it's related to the size of the ellipse, and if you don't put the right thing in, then it will not calculate a series of lands. So this is the Y span, so we're just going to put 0 in here for now. 0, 0. Aha, okay. So this is X spacing, I believe, and this is Y spacing, if I remember correctly. So we're going to leave that as is for the time being. And we only need one function for now. And so I guess we're just going to declare OAF, our OAF. And it looks like it's letting us do all kinds of different radii and such. I guess we could copy this. Oh, you know what? R is the aspect ratio. Oh, okay. And A is the overall size of this thing. So I guess we're just going to declare A initially. That's all we have to do. And we're going to say that that's equal to 40, maybe. And we'll see what happens. Oops, did not want to duplicate that. We'll see what happens here. And now we need to do Oasis, and we need to fill the X fields. We're going to fill that with X. Okay, and OA.Y is equal to OAY. And then what else do we need to do to make sure that we actually have a meaningful test here? We need to set the number of tiles for OA, and we don't need to do that inside of the for loop. So that would be inefficient. We should really only, do a minimum number of things inside this for loop, whatever changes. But this isn't going to change. This is going to be the same. So we're going to set this as maybe like, I don't know, 20. Number of tiles is equal to 20. And this is because if we don't, then it'll assume that they take up the entire map. And that's not what we want. So we're going to hit enter here, and we're just going to see what happens. There's probably going to be an error. We will probably have forgotten something, but that's okay. Okay. Sure enough. What do we got here? Aha. So it's saying subscripts must be real. Okay, because we only have one value of A right now, so therefore we don't need to index this. And we also should suppress that output. Okay, and let's try running again. I'll be right back, guys. We'll run it. We'll confirm that it's working. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry for the pause, guys. Okay, it still is not happy. Something. Oh, okay, right here. Rerun that. Okay, it did it. It ran. No more errors. So that's good. So let's see what happened. All right, here we go. Excellent. Very good. Now these are spaced 4 apart, so they're not exactly going to be the most, the most accurate. So let's try it now if they were 1 apart. Let's see here. So if we only had them spaced 1 apart, there would be more points. There's no point growth. We don't want the points to grow. And we don't want the spacing to be expanded one way or another. But right now that's 77 lands. And this should be a lot crisper of an image here. Although we have a large number of tiles, I suppose, associated with it. So if we came back here and we said number of tiles should actually equal 0, and then we reran it, okay, after 5 minutes it runs, or 5 seconds, sorry, it runs. What's up with that? Maybe we need to specify a base size. Let's go check the script file. I guess the default base size, according to this, is 0. So of course we won't see anything. So we'll do I could have sworn the default base size was bigger than 0, though. Maybe that's an error with my own program. Okay. There we go. So this is with a base size of 1, and we could give it maybe a few tiles around that just to make sure that everything is grown up all proper. But we really don't want half of the story, right? We want the whole story. We don't want just the half curve here. So let's see. What is OAX? That's a column. So what if we were to do this? Copy that, paste that there. I'm just trying to think about the best way to organize this. I think we want OAY actually to see the Y values and where they Yeah, I guess we could do it that way. But I don't want to. I don't want to. I changed my mind. So instead what we'll do is we'll rename everything to OA1 and OA2. And we'll basically do the two halves of the oasis separately and then stitch them together at the end. So this is OAF1, this is OAX1, OAY1. Really, we should have different structures. So maybe we do OA1F, OA1X, OA1Y. Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. Okay. So OA1 terrain type grass, OA1 base size, OA1 number of tiles, and the first one is this negative sign. So we're going to duplicate this, and we're going to get rid of the negative sign. And that's going to be OA2. So this is going to be the other half. Okay, now we can get rid of this. And already this is looking a lot simpler. Go 2 here, oasis 2, OA1F, OA2F, from negative A to A, and okay, that looks good. We'll duplicate this as well. OA2X for the second one. Okay. Oh, whoops. No, we don't want that. We don't want that there. We want to do them one at a time. Although, yes, we can only have one structure input for this. That's why. Okay, so we have two different structures. We have OA1 and OA2 for the different halves of the oasis, and then we can only combine them at the end here when we're stitching together our lands. And this will allow us to sort of radially expand and change different parameters here. Okay. So we're going to actually say that maybe we can be smart about this. We can just leave this as general oasis. And then we can say that OA1 is equal to OA, and OA2 is equal to OA. And so this is basically going to save it as an initial OA structure, and then we're going to clear OA. So we're going to clear that structure out. And then we're going to split it later, and only later are we going to assign the actual points to it. Okay, so it's 150 lands right there. I think it's still less than Kharga's land count, but we'll have to see. I actually kind of am quite curious about that. What is how many of these L's do we have here? Oh no. Yeah, that's never gonna work. Well, actually, we'll do it a different way. Come over here to Kharga V6 SI, and let's, oh, come on, it doesn't give me the line numbers. This is actually really important because we have to be able to beat this. If we can't beat this, we're sort of wasting our time. This is for one generation. One possible combination. All right, so far it looks like we've got 8,000 lands we're talking about here. We haven't skipped over anything. Not really sure how it could be more than 10,000. We haven't accidentally gone over an else if conditional, have we? All right, suffice it to say we've got a lot of room to work with so far. All right, so let's generate the other side. And there you go. As you can see, we've got our ring here now. And the way that we had done this previously, and the way that we're going to emulate for now, is to put down a single land in the middle now. Now, we could, and this would be somewhat interesting, we could increase the number of tiles, and that would give a little bit more of a jagged edge for this particular map here. So, for instance, if we come back here and we say that we want number of tiles, oh, actually we will have a number of tiles. How does that sound? We want number of tiles 25, and then we run it. It'll think for about 7.5 seconds, and then it will go in and it will process all of those lands. Okay, it actually thought for about 10 seconds this time. So now when we hit generate, not only will our gaps be more likely to be filled in, but you can see that we've got a jagged edge here. Now, it's a little bit larger, right? But that's okay because we can just decrease A to compensate for that. So maybe we could dial this back to like 20 because that was a little bit large. But we'll also dial back A a little bit, maybe to 36, and then hit go. And we could even potentially play with this and have different sizes for A now. We've got R, which is the aspect ratio, and we've got the angle, but maybe we could play with A as well. So that solves in about 7.5 seconds. Decreasing A decreases the number of lands. So there you go. You can see that we've got a more jagged profile here now. This is ultimately going to be the water portion that you see as grass. And I don't think I want the water to be quite this large. But the first things first is let's go to the manual land appendix. And basically what we're going to do is, where is it? We're going to come in here and we're going to say create land, land position, 50-50, and we're going to do terrain type, I believe, grass. Actually, we're going to leave it out because it defaults as grass. And that's basically it. Don't need anything more with that. So when we rerun it, it should automatically fit that in at the end. So it's 144, and it'll add one more at the very end of this that does not depend on the orientation or anything like that. And this is just there to fill it up. So there's no details in there because it doesn't need them. If you have a single land, it will just try to take up 100% of the map. Now, in our case, this land cannot take up 100% of the map because, oh, you can see that there's actually a little gap on the mini-map, which is unfortunate. It can't take up 100% because there are other lands in the way blocking it from expanding. And that is by design on Kharga. But it makes it as lean as possible. Or as lean as possible back then. Back then, when this map was originally made, the lands were spaced every 1% from each other. And we don't have to do that anymore. We can make the lands larger, space them further apart. We can take advantage of a little bit of fudge factor, if you will, which is something that we did not do beforehand. So we'll probably have to clean this desert up with terrain effects later. But this just sort of gives you an idea of how much simpler it is to make this shape now. But we're not out of the woods yet, because we need to add the other layers to this. And we need to kind of sort of mess with that. So let's see what we can do here. For the other layers, we're going to be considering different types of terrain, right? We've got our terrain type is just grass for now, and that's fine to start out to make sure that we've got the right profile going. But I want to add another layer in here. I just do. It's that simple. So we're just going to try it out and see if we can add additional layers into this. And so our next layer is going to be DLC black, just to make sure it's very visually distinct, just to make sure that we can pull this off. So the next layer is going to be DLC black, and it's already incorporated into the terrain type of our structure. It's getting copied over to OA1 and OA2. So the big thing that we need to do now is we need to make this this program believe, okay, I need to actually calculate 2 rows. I need to calculate one for the grass and one for the DLC black. Or rather, to calculate more than one, the first 50% of which will be grass and the second 50% of which will be DLC black. So to do that, I think we have to adjust some of these parameters here. Our span is -A to A, but I think this is what we want here. We want it to span maybe from 0 to 4, and we'll have a spacing of, let's say, 2. We could try that and see if it triggers another. I mean, again, guys, I know I wrote all these and I made notes. Let's see. So growth. The minimum values of X and Y respectively. So that's going to be the 4th input. So we're going to have 1. Wait. No. Wrong thing. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, no. This is all 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so actually we don't need this at all. Actually, I believe that is an optional input. That is a growth rate in percent, and we don't want that. So we just want this matrix SX min and SX max and SY min and SY max. Okay, yeah, we need to adjust the range here, and then maybe we do the spacing for the Y is 2 apart or something. All right, that should work. So we hit go, and it should have one row right on top of the other. But we'll see. We might have to increase the spacing. Okay, 423, that's a good sign. It's about double, maybe a little bit more from what we had before. So let's hit generate and see what happens now. Oh! Oh, I was afraid of that. So for one of these, the black is on the outside. For one of these, the black is on the inside. But it looks like it's trying to do the right thing, so that's good. So I guess we do something like this, and we say OA2.TT is equal to OA2.TT, but we flip left, right. And that could be the wrong one. It could be OA1 that we need to do that to, but we'll test it and find out. The spacing we had set as 2. Let's try setting the spacing as 3 because it's kind of wonky like that. And we'll see if that gives us exactly 2x. If the spacing is too large, then it will just end up with a single row. All right, that looks better. Okay. Yes, so we did that wrong, but you guys see how that is. Pretty cool, huh? I wouldn't exactly say this is a bullseye, but I will say that what I see on the minimap is more closely related to a target. So it's crunching some numbers. We fix that. And after about 17 seconds, it's done. So the program itself is slower, I think. Well, maybe. In many ways, it is slower. However, our file size for Shimmerpool is 42 kilobytes. So it's a fraction of the size. It should load much quicker now, and that's exactly what we're looking for. So, good stuff. I'm really happy with how this is going so far. This is looking great. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. We can always smooth that out and clean that up too. Do another generation. Yeah, it looks pretty good. The number of lands might be large, but I think it looks pretty good. Or the size of the lands might be large, I should say. Probably have to decrease the number of tiles here. Where is it? Maybe we decrease that to 16. So trim it down just a little bit. There's no need to do anything with the zones. Okay. So I guess we continue. And we're going to add snow now. Just to continue this concept. And we're basically going to go until we get the 4 different levels, right, that we had. And then we'll also sort of experiment with a little bit of terrain stuff to see if we can smooth that out. So grass, DLC black, snow, and let's push this up to 7. And we'll let it go again. Interesting. That is very interesting indeed. Oh, you know what? I bet I only did it for one of them. Wait, no. I adjusted the thickness for both. What is going on? Let's see if it's just a random artifact. But I don't think so. No. That is bizarre. 2 processes basically run side by side. And yet one is just a little bit bigger than the other. Alright, well what happens if I run it again? Does it produce the same effect? Let's look at LMOA1 as well and LMOA2. Yeah, same number of lands. I don't know. I'm just going to try rerunning it. Classic computer science solution. Oh, just turn it off and back on again. If it keeps doing that, I will be very disturbed. That is bizarre. Okay. Well, what happens if I don't have snow? So if I change just this, but I don't add the snow in. So is that number being 7 now interfering with this process? Yes. So that number being 7 is what is messing with this. What if I made it 8? Because it's not exactly clear how well it sort of snaps to if there's like a rounding issue. Oh, you know what I could do? Let's just try setting it to 9, because 9 divided by 3 is 3, and that should leave 3 levels. So maybe that's all it needs in order to be clear. $500 lands. So where's the land in the middle, first of all? And second of all, why is this so much bigger than this other one now? Well, let's try something else. So let's go back to the 7. Let's go back to the snow. So go back to the 7 here. Let's go back to adding the snow in. And instead of having this and this, what if we were to rotate these points around the origin? So for that, we just did, where is it? Simple rotate, perhaps? The angular rotation, okay. So let's just try this. See what happens. So this is OA2X and OA2Y. And we're going to need to feed some inputs into simple rotate. Because I have a feeling these are grabbing a slightly different sets of points, which is unfortunate. They should not be, but I can see how that's possible. Okay, so we're going to go that. we're going to rotate that 180 degrees, and we're going to rotate it about 50-50. Okay, let's give that a try. That also has the advantage of not needing to crunch these numbers, because I think rotation is faster than this function. Let's hit go. Oh. We need to make sure that this is OA1. There we are. Because when it goes to do this, it's not going to know what these are. So now we can run it. Dimension mismatch between X and Y input matrices. Simple rotate has failed at line 42. Checking that the X and Y matrices have the same dimensions. What? Oh, this description does not match what it's doing. Okay. Well, then that means that we have to change our input slightly. So we don't get to choose the central point anymore. Oh no, that it's the fourth one. Okay. So we just need to break that up. Here we go. So it just needs 4 inputs instead of 3. We'll go in and fix that later when I'm not streaming. But that should work fine. Okay. That's all done. Oops. Oh, you know what? I bet we no longer want to flip left-right. Let's see. We no longer need to do this because we're already rotating the points. Let's give that a try. Nope. So the good news is that it appears to be symmetric. The bad news is that it appears to have some kind of overlap that it really should not have. that really should not be doing that at all. Well, we can suppress all references to AOE2. Control D, suppress that. But the thing is that AOE1 should not have changed, right? And AOE1 should be centered at 50-50. All right, let's suppress that. Now, we're going to need to make sure that we don't have this thing screwing everything up at the end. Come on, what are you doing? There we go. We should just get the half curve in this case. Okay, that explains it. That could explain it. We are the opposite of what we want to be. So when we put the grass in here, it actually looks like things are all screwed around and mixed up. I think that's what's happening. So, first things first, I'm going to put the snow on this side and the grass on the other side. And then I think we can bring this stuff back. We'll suppress that temporarily and everything else should be okay. Oh, whoops. That's right, we still want that gone. All right, panic time. Hit generate. Yeah, it is overlapping. And I do not understand how that can happen. It's like this is basically dipping down below, and it should not be doing that. Maybe we're going in the opposite direction. Maybe we need to go -7 to 0 so that it offsets the other way. Maybe that's the challenge. We just have to be careful here, because if we go too much in the wrong direction, or the curvature is too tight and the points can't fit on each other properly, it will actually remove points that are like excess, and so we could be left with huge holes in our curve, and that's not what we want. Aha! Okay. So now we're starting to get somewhere. We're not quite... maybe not quite... sealed off like we need to be, but at least this is trying to do the right thing now. Like it's mirroring properly. So we can maybe split a little bit of that difference here. Maybe go like -1. Okay, yeah, -1 to 6 or something. Just to make sure that we get that ceiling. Oh, what am I doing, actually? That's kind of the wrong way. We want like -6, and we want this side to go over to 1. Yeah, there we go. Because if the top of that is a positive number, then it'll kind of move the curve inside. That's the impression that I'm getting. So we'll move it in a little bit to make sure that we get that overlap properly. But not so much that when we do all of our cool rotation operations that it fails. Okay. Aha. Much better. We can always increase the number of tiles. I think we're going to go -2. But you can see that this sort of like, it seems to have this kind of gap here. So we could go -2. We could increase the number of tiles so that these can sort of grow around. Yeah, well, not -2, but +2. You guys know what I mean. And then 5. And then we can, we can do, instead of NT16, we could bump it up the further out we go. But like I said, the big thing with this was going to be finding parameters that would work, because it's very, very finicky. It's very precise. A lot of people take for granted, oh, this is what I want. But you have your hands over a lot of levers of power with this program. All kinds of different options. Okay, so that's done. So this should be an improvement. And yeah, sure enough, it is. It is, in my view, a pretty good improvement. I actually think that this does a better job than the other one, giving off that oval shape. Okay. So let's add the final layer in here, because it looks like in the original Kharga we had 4 different types of terrain. Again, it doesn't matter what these terrains are now. All that matters is that we're able to paste them reliably, and that their basic features like their thickness and their shape look good. Okay, so outside of the snow, we will have some other terrain type. Snow actually does look green on the minimap, so it might not be the best choice. But it should be a different type of terrain so that we can properly manipulate it. Maybe nothing with shallows or anything like that. But let's just go dirt for now. And we're going to add in another layer here. So I think we're going to be going up to 8. Okay. And let's see what happens. So it should throw some dirt on the outside. And there will probably be a bit of a gap, but it'll be okay. So we can, again, we can adjust it. We can change A if we want. So as you guys can see, there's kind of a gap here where the points are sort of skewing inward like this. It's not perfect. but the layer of dirt is present, and that's really what we need. Okay. So let's see if we can offset this. This is a distance, this is a spacing of 10. So maybe -5 to +5. And we'll see what happens here. We'll tweak it in such a regard. And if we still get a little bit of that gap, then we can increase the number of tiles as we go out and decrease them as we go in. $558 lands. Sounds like a lot. It's not. Setup is a little bit longer for the same number of lands. You know, 558 lands for my previous software was like nothing. It would spit them out all day long. But we want to generate this as efficiently as possible. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I think that's much better. Looks like we've got a little bit of a gap in here, though. That's unfortunate. Okay. So let us see what we can do about maybe tweaking this a bit. Let's adjust that number of tiles. So this doesn't happen as much. I think that this happens because there's like these other lands, these green grasslands in here, they'll like spill out and they'll create this little pocket. And then the big super land that's in the middle that's supposed to expand and fill up this entire space can't, because those other lands have like little tendrils that are getting in the way. That's how I like to envision it. So, we're going to cut this out from here, and we're going to paste this up here. We can get rid of this. We've got something for base size already, number of tiles. So if we believe that 16, if we believe that the same order will apply, then we're going to want the outer layer to have the most tiles, right? And then the next layer to have a lower number, 12, 8, and then perhaps 4. And this is behavior version 1. So 4 tiles is essentially the same thing as 0, because it will incorporate the base size already. And the base size is larger than 4, so therefore it'll use up all these 4, and then it won't have any more to grow anywhere else. Okay. So let's try that. Now we're going to want instructions for growth, I think, potentially. And that's going to be in the form of size scaling. But I don't think we're going to scale it very much with the size, if at all. It should be fine the way that it is, although the previous version of Kharga did scale with size. So we should take a look at that before moving on to the next step. That's where I'm coming from with this. And probably our form of doing that will be to improve the precision here in the point generation, although it's already at 1. So how much more precise can you get than plus or minus 1% in a system that doesn't work with decimals at all? Okay, so I think we could do a little bit better. I think we do need a little bit more meat out here. So we will increase that number of tiles. So we'll go probably, let's say 24 20, 16, and 12. Let's see if that is a more reasonable approximation. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see how that turns out. Random map scripting is a lot of just tweaking parameters and just seeing how it looks. I wish there were some way of being more predictive, but you know, it's not. It just is not really practical or possible. This looks good. This looks pretty good, actually. The big thing maybe would be to extend A just a little bit, but let's test it. Let's see how it generates on Giant. We haven't done anything with the players yet, but we need it to look like this on Giant. Because if there's holes and gaps and stuff like that in Giant, then that's not going to be good, right? So it looks like we are going to need some size scaling to allow this to spawn, to generate properly on Giant. I don't appreciate this visual effect here. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. So let's come back here and we will invoke size scaling class 3. Which basically means scale both the base size and the number of tiles by the size of the map. That's what that means. And the fact that it's 3 means that it will do it for all layers. So let's see how that turns out. I was afraid we were going to have to do that. But it's okay. It'll be fine. Okay, much better. Yeah, I think that's much better. I wish we could get rid of the... I think there's a way. to get rid of that glare, the color effect. I don't know, I can't find it. Let's take a look at different map sizes. So large has these things coming out. What does medium have? Something similar, but tiny. All right, so tiny looks good. How did we get this color correction though? That is really annoying me. I can't figure out how to turn it off. Wait. Well, that's doing something. All right, does that look right? I guess that kind of looks better. Okay, so we've got a little bit spilling out of the top here. So I think that we should see if we can adjust this number of tiles a little bit better. The base size is one. I fear if we did more than that, it would look too blocky. But it would probably also be more consistent. Decisions. Yeah, I think we're going to adjust the base size to 2. And we're actually going to push this up and make this a little bit bigger here. Maybe, I think A actually was originally 40. So let's go out to 40 and see what happens. Base size 2 like the original one. And we'll leave this number of tiles the way that it is and see how that happens. But I expect we're going to have to change it. Actually, let's boost it up a little bit. Let's go like 16, 20, 24, 28. Oh, too much overlap. Too much overlap, and that's why that's doing that. So we would need to increase the spacing between them if we wanted to have those kinds of base sizes. Okay, let's see what we can do about that. So instead of a spacing of 3, let's do a spacing of 4. And let's scale these up from -5 to maybe -7 to 7. So 14 divided by 4. Well, it's not going to be quite enough for 4, is it? But let's just try 8 to 8 and see what happens. Let's see, -8, -4, 0, 4, and 8. That's going to be 5. So I guess we could, well, let's try 7 to 7. It's weird, like I said, it's weird. It's not perfect multiples. Yeah, it looks better. I think the spacing does need to be a little bit larger, though. So we can do that. So maybe 5. And bump the spacing up to 5, and these up to like 9. And I think number of tiles will need to get bumped up as well. This is beginning to approach the size that the original one was at, which is a good thing. Okay. So now we'll need to increase the number of tiles so that these lands can keep up with their increasing spacing. Noticing that it's getting a little bit more crowded over here. But that looks just about right. So maybe we go 36, 32, 28, 24. So we slowly close in on it, what we want. Getting closer. I think perhaps we have to give them larger base sizes as they go further out. I think we need to vary that. Because it looks like some of the grass is dominating over DLC black here, which is not what we need. So the higher the base size they have, the more priority they'll have. I think everything else looked okay. Okay, better. Yeah, much better. Yeah, it looks good. Maybe a few more tiles for the snow layer. Tie it up with the dirt layer on the outside there. And what else do we want to do before I hit update? It should be pretty much good to go until we find something else. But it's looking pretty good. I know it doesn't look like much right now, but the hard part is what we are doing right now, which is making sure that all the parameters give something that will be acceptable. We can put all the right terrains in and everything like that later. Okay, the big thing is that we have this intersecting the edge of the map. We've got one side of desert over here, one side of desert over here. And let's hit generate. Okay, this will be able to clean up with terrain effects. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the way that we're going to accomplish this. Although it does bother me a little bit that this isn't more random down here. Maybe we tweak it a little bit. The number of tiles for DLC black. We'll give it a few more tiles. We'll give it 36 like the rest. Let's see if that pushes into the grass in the middle too much. I don't think it will, but it's worth trying. It's never going to be easier than right now to try it out, so. I don't know. It's like 28 better. You know, I would actually feel a lot better if I just tested out some terrain generation to make sure I could clean stuff like this up. I'm pretty sure that I can. But it would be really great to just confirm that. So let us come up here to Shimmerpool. Oh, dang, look at all these lands. So we go from 272 to a little over 800. But guys, this is still much simpler than it used to be. Okay. So we'll just do something like this. We'll copy that. And at the very beginning of terrain generation, actually we want to get rid of that. Who knows, even that could probably be screwing it up. So at the very beginning of terrain generation, we're going to define Oasis layering cleanup or something like that. There we go. If Oasis layering cleanup, and if, all right. So we're going to create terrain, DLC black. Well, let's think here. So we're going to maybe use something else like maybe a grass placeholder. Create terrain. Maybe, I don't know. Dirt 2. Base terrain is going to be grass. Land percent 100. Number of clumps 9320. Space and other terrain types 1. Set scale by groups. Believe we can do that. Yeah, set scale by groups. So we're going to convert all of grass 2 into dirt 2, except for some stuff that's bordering things. Okay, there we go. You can see that we still have this spot here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to convert grass into DLC black. So we're going to go create terrain DLC black from grass, and we're going to do space into other terrain types 1 as well. And that will absorb this, but not this. Just because we seem to always get that right there. What? Base terrain grass. Did we end up putting dirt in here? All right, well, then we will go space and other terrain types 2 and 2 to clean that up. All right, maybe 3 and 3. It's a really, really deeply embedded flaw. All right, 4 and 4. It is. It really should not be like that, though, but I'm not really sure 100% of what's going on. Okay, no, that should totally not be happening. So maybe what we do is we need to do the whole duplication trick, because everything is so choppy and disgusting that we just repeat this command multiple times, and then we repeat this command multiple times, hit save, we keep that seed. Let's go over to maybe 2. And the alternative is to clean up the land generation somehow. Could be that it's that the base sizes are so large. Maybe that's what's happening. So I'll tell you what. Let's explore the possibility of changing the base size for DLC Black to 1. And we could dial back the amount of DLC Black, I think, to match, and I think we should. Let's see if that works out a little bit better. I don't want to try to get too carried away solving a problem with terrains that we just didn't do our diligence when doing the lands. Had we been diligent, we wouldn't have had that problem in terrains, because terrains is not a great place to solve problems. You can kind of clean up and compensate for some minor things, but you don't want to rely on terrains to make your map look the way that it needs to look. That's what you do in land generation. Okay, it's all set. We'll keep this seed, and we'll see if that goes away. Yes, looks much better. And I like the fact that this is a little bit thinner too. I think that's nice. So now we're going to convert the dirt back into the dirt 2 back into grass. So we're going to create grass 2 from all dirt 2. So we're going to create grass. Oops. Base terrain dirt 2. And we don't need a space in other terrain types. Okay. There we go. So I think I'd like to even out this this DLC black a little bit. So maybe what we do is we'll repeat this 4 times because why not? It won't cost us much time, and it will make sure that stuff works. All right, so this is we're gonna call this interface cleanup between grass and DLC black. And those are the inner 2 most layers. Or the 2 innermost layers would be a better way of putting it. Okay, and so now we're going to say create terrain. We're going to do cleanup between the mid layers. So we're going to create terrain DLC black, and we're going to create that from base terrain oh, hold on now. Snow. Yes, snow. And we're going to have space and other terrain types of 2. So this will all get converted. Not all of it, but up until thickness 2. Come on. Come on. Okay, well, fine. We could try converting this to snow first, but I don't want to mess anything up too badly. But no, I think we convert back now. So we're going to convert DLC black back into snow. So we're going to create terrain snow. Snow from base terrain DLC black. That's all good. Yeah, that should be fine. Space and other terrain types too. It gets converted back into snow. So in this way, we can sort of smooth it out a little bit better. Because now this is connected to this in a way that it was not before. So we'll repeat that command several times. We perform the layer cleaning process, essentially. Not exactly a sexy part of random map scripting, but necessary. Because you want these to be stitched together pretty well and be close to seamless. Otherwise, you're going to have all kinds of terrain layering problems later. So it'll come back out now. See that is still So we'll bump that down to 1. Actually, you know what? We might be able to bump all of this back down to 1. Let's try doing this with, this is 1. See if we can eliminate some steps here. It was really intended for this to be sort of like more like a wet beach type terrain. Okay, that looks pretty good. Although this layer is quite thick now. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it really is fine. Let's take a look at how it is for the giant map size. Make sure that we're not totally missing something. Yeah, that looks good. So we don't really need to do the fancy proportions that we did last time because we can sort of control that with terrains. Okay, I'm actually kind of tempted to leave that way, but it really all depends. I think we're gonna eat a little bit out of the snow, and we can convert all these different terrains to you know, whatever's appropriate for the biome later. But we haven't really needed to rely on the other side of this to do anything. Big thing is to convert this to beach first and then this to water. Okay. So now we're going to do one more, and we're going to do interface cleanup between outer layers. And that's going to be pretty simple. I think we're just going to convert snow into dirt, leaving, you know, a spacing of 3 or 4 or whatever. Although, yeah. Let's see if we can move that along. So we're going to create terrain, dirt. I don't know that I really like using dirt because I want to use dirt somewhere else. Maybe it'll be fine. So create dirt from the snow. Space and other terrain types of 2, essentially. And that'll really push it in, though. That's the thing. So if we did like 4, for instance, we're not too compressed. Then we'd have a little pocket like that right there. We don't want those kinds of pockets. Even though this does look better, I think it would look better. It would be, in the long run, the right thing to do. So we got to figure out a terrain layering scheme that will allow us to achieve this thickness without having little pockets like this hanging around. Let's look at it again and let me think for a sec. I don't know, it looks pretty darn round the way that it is. Looks pretty good. I say that we leave it. I say that we leave it. Maybe we make, maybe we make the number of tiles slightly smaller for this. And the number of tiles slightly larger for the other one in terms of land generation. So maybe we go down to like 34 and we go up to 38. But I don't want to mess with it too much because really the land layering, it's sort of, your options are limited and it's easy to mess stuff up. This makes sense. We're going to turn this black into whatever beach we want. We're going to turn this grass into the water and that'll be fine. But we should try to respect everything else that's going on here. And this layer is going to be the kind of the moist, jungle-y area of the oasis, what is currently seen as snow. And this out here will be the drier portion of it. Is it not done yet? Looks the same. Looks like it didn't do anything down here. It didn't try to thicken that up at all. Let's give it a little bit more. And we will take a little bit off of the snow. I'll try running that again. Are you guys familiar with where Kharga was kept or how to access the community's random map scripts? If you're not, let me know and I'll show you. There is no reason why you can't have the script for your own purposes if you want it. It's published online on GitHub. Hey, Arthur, how's it going? Welcome. Okay, yeah, that looks better there. Oh no! But we broke something. That's not good. But thankfully, I think that we can perhaps implement an additional cleanup step to make sure that this doesn't happen. Yeah, we're not gonna clean that up. Okay, this is if undefined and if so now we need to convert DLC black into grass, I think, first. That should be done here. We need to make grass. Oh, we need to make grass from DLC black. That's what I meant. spacing other terrain types, let's say 2. Oops. Okay. So that should get rid of this right here. Yeah, look at that. Although this lake is a bit bigger. Did you guys notice that? How did that happen? The lake was the perfect size. I think the lake needs to be slightly smaller. So we're going to do these one at a time. We're going to add them back in. We confirm that they don't cause problems. Okay, yep, that looks fine so far. Okay, looks good. Yeah, I bet what happened is we just absorbed all this, and that's not what we want to do. Now we're going to convert the dirt 2 back into grass. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so what we were doing was we were making grass from this DLC black without really proper spacing at all. I think we should still have this, but the spacing to other terrain types should be much larger, maybe like 4. This will kind of guarantee that it's a certain size. How are you doing today, Arthur? As you can see, I've already put Haro and Chris to sleep. Actually going to bump it up even more than that. Maybe like 6. You are good, but still far from finding a job. Yes, it's hard. Sometimes I feel that that's how I am as well. All right, maybe 5 is a good compromise. So expand the size of the lake a little bit. Still allowing better conformance. Yeah, I don't really like how it's square here, but yeah. Maybe we had to bump these down to 1s to make it look less square. Yeah, that's better. That is better. Okay. Good. Let's cut that out. Yep, that'll be good. Let's take a look at it on giant size to make sure there's nothing crazy. This will be the size of the lake on giant. It's still a little big, don't you guys think? Is it bigger than traditional Kharga? Let's bring up the overview. So there's that. Yeah. Yep. I think that this is bigger. This lake is larger. We want to make sure. I wanted to apply to a local business, just a small job while I keep searching. When I ticked, I don't have a work permit yet, their website wrote in red, please log out. Well, you do need a work permit. So I think that we are going to try to decrease the value of A here. See if we can get this lake to not be so long. Maybe 38. The only way to get a work permit is if an employer officially says that they want to employ me. Really? That's the only way? It seems like it wouldn't be that way. I mean, there are people who, I think that there are people who have worked in the USA who are illegal immigrants, who are not even supposed to be here, and they're still able to find jobs. Are you saying that you are an illegal immigrant, Arthur? I don't think you are. How are you in America right now? Do you have some kind of green card or visa? You have an appointment with legals. Yeah, see, so if you're a legal immigrant, then you should be able to find work, especially if illegal immigrants are finding work. You came through the school as a student. So I think that this is the direction that we want to go in. But we still want to decrease the size of the lake a little bit. I think I'm going to bump it down to 36. And what I'll do is for the final rung, I'll increase the base size by one more. The outermost layer will increase this base size to 3, and we'll increase the number of tiles to maybe 60. We'll experiment with that. Because we don't want the lake to be too big. This is pretty much the biggest we could ever want this lake to be. Okay. Let's take a look and see how it performs on Tiny, or behaves on Tiny. We need to boost the size. Where we go, like, I don't know, 96 or something. We need much larger outer rung. In the original Kharga, the forest intersected with the edge of the map, and that's what we want here. Okay, that might be a little bit too much. That might be a little bit too much, but we're getting much closer. Getting much closer. We're almost there, actually. Because it only barely has to intersect. Yeah, if I could, Arthur, I would hire you to make random maps for me. But I don't have the money to do that, and I don't need that many random maps to hire somebody to do it. Hopefully you're excited about Alchemy League. Maybe you have some ideas about some maps you want to submit for it. Hopefully that is the case. The goal was to inspire people, give them the chance to create something for other people to play on. Because there's nothing that beats that feeling. And other people playing on and enjoying something that you made. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. Maybe a little bit on the low side. I might have to clean up. this. Might need to do a higher base size, actually. Or we could try to bias the spacing. Yeah, see, look at that. Should not be doing that. So we could go and try to clean that up later. Yeah, that's pretty common with professors. They seem to never have money. They have a lot more ideas than they have money. I'm tempted to do a bias outward and a growth, an outward growth and bias. Yeah, I think I should try it. I think I should consider it. But it will add complexity. Okay, well, so we're gonna go 1, 1, and then maybe 5, 10. Yeah, we could try. So function of points, we need to put afterward 1/2 vector. Okay. So first one we're just going to call left. And this next one we're also going to do like left. Leftward bias. And we need to build the growth rate in there. You're confident you can find something in France, and you still know people there. Growth rate. Okay, so we actually need to put, that before behavior. Oops. So we'll do like 0. And maybe 10%. It's pretty powerful. All right, we'll see if that helps. I might have behavior backwards though for these Y spacings. But we'll see what it does. What about Quebec, Arthur? That's in North America and they speak French. But you probably don't know anybody there. All right, let's see what happens. Oh no! It crashed? All right, well, we will try relaunching. I don't think it was anything in the script file. Oh, yes, it was everything in the script file. So it does not like that growth rate. It's got imaginary numbers. What's going on with that? That's supposed to have imaginary numbers. Okay. All right, well, I will have to figure that out later. We could do the even spacing, but still, we should be able to get decent results. It shouldn't give anything too controversial. I did test this out significantly beforehand. Okay, so we want Shimmerpool. But we're not going to generate it yet because we have a bunch of ugly imaginary numbers in our borders. And this all happened when we started introducing biasing. So I'm just curious, what is OA1X? I don't even know how that could happen. Maybe it has something to do with the function itself. I don't know. I guess we get rid of this. I guess we get rid of that and we're just going to do traditional spacing techniques then. 1 and 5. I'll have to dig into that more later. You've never heard of GNU Octave? Oh, it's quite glorious. It's the free version of MATLAB. Very powerful. 4th generation computing software. Surely you've heard of MATLAB, Arthur. It's the same thing. It's the same thing but free. It's better at some things and not as good at others. All right, let's check and make sure that we don't have any more imaginary numbers here, which we don't. So that's good. Again, I'm not really sure why that happened. I'll have to dig into it. Shimmerpool. I don't understand why we were paying for MATLAB. It has a lot of nice features. So maybe we want to go up to base size 4. I need to learn more Python, but I've just been too busy. Really? All right, well, I guess we add more tiles, higher base size, more tiles. $96 perhaps. I'll have to check it on tiny map size too, actually, to make sure it's still going to behave properly. Oh, that is tiny size. Oops. Okay, a little bit closer. Let's take a look at Giant. The other side of the spectrum. So Giant does have that intersection, but just barely. Yeah, I don't think we want to really do much more with it. Yeah, this will be fine. It'll be fine. Doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. Well, yes it does. Damn it, I want it to be perfect. Could maybe try to eke out just a little bit more. Do this once more. We'll go like 102 or 106. Bump it up by about 10%. Yep, it's about what it's going to be. We'll leave that alone. So now, let us install the corner mountains. So we can get rid of this, get rid of that. Get rid of that. So we're going to use these, but we'll use them later, another time. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I hear my cat outside complaining. I'll be right back. Oh, hey, buddy. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I got him. He here he is. His name is Blake. He's a good little kitty. He's a little black cat. I thought he was complaining because he wanted his supper, but he's actually complaining because there is a vacuum cleaner being used downstairs, and he does not want to have anything to do with that. Come here, buddy. So I'm gonna put him in his kitty bed here after introducing him to you guys. He's a good cat. He likes to be cradled and petted and loves attention. But only from people he knows. Alright, come on up here, buddy. He's probably not going to stay because he's restless. I think he might be hungry too. He might also want his supper. Yeah, alright. Well, we'll open this door for him and he can come and go. Every time he starts to go downstairs to beg for dinner and here's the vacuum cleaner, he can run back up and complain that there's a vacuum cleaner going. So, he's a good cat. He's a very loving animal. Okay, so this is going to be considered kind of the dynamic list here, and we're going to need the static list too. And that's, it sounds like the vacuum cleaner is off, and let me give him a nudge to go downstairs and get his dinner. He's good to go. Vacuum cleaner is off, the vacuuming is done. He's getting his supper, and then he'll go outside. So for Kharga, these mountains are the same every time, and they are in the corners. And so this is what is done for those mountains. We're going to try to adapt this with our new techniques. Generating mountain data. So basically each one of these is for, the mountains are actually a parabola shape. Each one of these is for a different corner. This is a different angular rotation around the center here. So it looks like the first third of this mountain is desert, and the second 2/3 of it are quicksand. And I think that we can leave that how it is. It looks like there's various elevation as well. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so let's comment this out for now. Now we're not going to use desert, we're going to use base terrain, and then we can go to quicksand, because quicksand appears to be some sort of placeholder. We don't want to use any of the other terrains that we've used previously, because remember, our whole thing is we're getting the basic structure of the map down first. We don't really care what these terrains are, because we can go and convert them into whatever we need later. Now that we've got something that's a little bit more appropriately sized. Okay, right. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do mt.tt, and that is going to equal basically this vector right here. Now mt dot BE, base elevation, is going to equal the next vector, this one right here. So this next one here, this refers to the offset of the points, I think. And this refers to the angular rotation of those points around the center. I don't think that we'll need this one. We are going to need this one later. Now we're going to have to take this function as well. I don't think that there are any other, the brush thickness, the overall thickness, and the span of the points. So the rest of that is functional stuff that we need. So we're going to go mt1 is equal to mt, mt2 is equal to mt, mt3 is equal to mt, and mt4 is equal to mt. We're going to initialize all of those mountain structures, 1 through 4. So now we're going to say that we're going to invoke our function to points here. And we're going to go mt1x, mt1y, and we want mtf in here. And actually, it's really not that complicated. We can just kind of, it looks like just have this, so we'll just copy that. Just like that right there. Copy. And that will appear here. It looks like this is asking for the central point, the center of those points. You know, I'm gonna do 50-50, but what I'm gonna do up here is I'm gonna add in 62, so that it offsets this x 62 from the center. And we might have to adjust that later. And we're gonna have it go, let's say minus 30 to 30. And we're going to have it go from 0 to 0 for now, just to make sure again that we can get the points we need. And the spacing will be every 1. This doesn't really matter. So I just want one line for now. Well, we got 3 things here. Let's just make sure that it appears in the right spot. Okay, we need this to be inside of cell brackets. And I think we want this to be 45. And I think that final entry is actually a string describing the x. I think it's rotation around its own axis. So I think that's what we need to do. we basically need to come up here and we need to say, you know, the center of this is at 0.55, you know, in this particular corner of the map. And you need to rotate it 45 degrees. And then for the other ones, we can mirror these points around the center. But I think we need to start with that. So now we need to convert that, typical fashion. Comment that out. LMMT1, Mountain 1. Okay, so this is going in and converting these points now into a matrix. And then we're going to process that matrix and turn it into a set of commands. And that's the final step. MT1. All right, well, probably forgetting something, but we won't know until we try. So let's hit run and see what happens. Maybe we'll duplicate this and we'll just give it one thing to work with for now. And we'll duplicate this. This is the correct answer, but we'll duplicate it. And we'll just give it one thing to work with. So we'll just let it work with 7 for now, just so that we can, you know, see it better, whether or not it's working properly. Okay, we're back. That's good. Gave me a scare for a minute. At least it wasn't the blue screen of death. Looks like it did only one land in the corner. Okay, well, let's see. Maybe 5-5 is just too small. Where is it? Where is it? Actually, it would be over here, wouldn't it? I don't think we're going to see it there. But in here. So what is LMMT1? Tell me about yourself. Looks like it has no position. Can't be right. Ah, I know what we forgot to do. So we probably should have MT1X, right? And we'll have a bunch of numbers. Yeah. So we never saved those. We forgot to copy and paste a step. This is what we need right here. So copy that and paste it down here. Right there, actually. This is the best spot. MT1. MT1X. MT for mountain. All right, and we need to rerun that. So now we are saving these points, and it'll do something this time. Because last time we didn't give it any points to work with, so it was just like, all right, well, I'll just make a random elevation 7 for you somewhere across the map. Have fun with that. It's basically what it did. I was like, we don't have time for that. We want these mountains to be in an exact place. Okay, so that's all run. See what we get now. Okay. That is a lot of DLC rock. I know exactly what went wrong, too. We did not give it a number of tiles. So it is attempting to fill the entirety of the map. So we will give it base size 1 and number of tiles 0. We forgot to fill that information in. NT is going to be 0. And base size is going to be 1. And size scaling is going to be 3. Not that that really matters very much right now. Okay. All right. Well, we're getting somewhere. So it's in approximately the right location, but the rotation is off. I think that the rotation should be maybe negative 45. So let's try that. We're getting closer. Crunches the numbers. Rotates. We're all set. Okay, closer. We're getting closer. So, we need to... We're curving the wrong way. We want to curve the other way. So we need to add a negative sign here. And that should look a lot better. Okay. We might have to tweak a little bit. So now we're going to start pushing this into the center here. Maybe go 10, 10. So we've pushed it into the center more so 10-10. What do you guys think? Do we have a picture, maybe? I think this is, yeah, this is a 1v1 picture right here. So we need a little bit more space because I think it comes from this 1v1 screenshot, and it's this area over here. So we need to move this in just a little bit more, but not much. Maybe 12. Pushed it in just a little bit. Yep, I think that'll be appropriately sized, approximately. Although this inner portion is supposed to be higher elevation than what's out here, but in terms of spacing, this is about right. And it's actually pretty clean too, which is nice. And we can repeat that concept for all 4 corners. So maybe we come back here, and where we have the highest elevation, we put DLC rock in. It looks like we basically have 2 things. We've got, so let's do this. Let's copy this DLC rock and put that right there. And then let's put something else here. Maybe, I don't know, DLC Bogland. Since it's not too long. And now we'll do this base elevation of 7 and 4, or maybe like 1 7, you know, and 2 4s here. And we'll try to approximate it the best that we can. We're already kind of doing approximate methods. And we'll do maybe a span. The spacing is 6. Let's do a spacing of 2. And we've got 3 of them, so we'll go from -2 to +2. And we'll see what that gives us here. See if we're able to create that step up in the corner that we want. Oh, That is that is nowhere near far enough away, and it's on the wrong side. So we need to reverse that, and we need to increase that spacing dramatically. And we need to increase the number of tiles. So we need this rock on the outside. That's the first step. And we're going to go from -6 to +6 this time. And we're going to have a spacing of 6. That actually might not even be enough. Let's go -8 to 8. Spacing of 8. Okay, this is the ridge. Oh, we forgot to adjust the number of tiles. Oh well. But these spacings are good. However, we now need to move this backward. Yeah, we need to move this further back because that thickness has fattened it up, and that has caused it to impinge upon our oasis area. So we'll do a couple of things. We will dial this back to like 8 and 8. And we will change this to I'm trying to think here. I think it's all just whatever. We'll do like 10,000, 10,000, and 0. And that will be good enough just so that that bogland tries to occupy everything. And it flows all the way up to the DLC rock. And these terrains are done with elevations in the corners. So it doesn't really matter whether or not it's bogland or DLC rock or anything else. All that matters is that you have good, clean, crisp elevations at different levels. You know, you have a contiguous elevation 7 ring, and you've got a platform behind it that's contiguous elevation 4. Okay, so that's all set. Hey, look at that. That's looking pretty good. I think we'll decrease the thickness maybe to 6 now. That is looking really good though. It's pretty much there. Yeah, that's at 8. -6 to 6 and 6. We're chipping away at it. We're getting a lot closer. I know. I've been working on this for hours, but map making is not a precise science. It's a lot of trying things and seeing how it looks. And when you start adding other degrees of control and possibility, then it'll take longer. There's more things to check. But I am very proud. I mean, except for the imaginary numbers part. That was kind of embarrassing earlier. I gotta look into that. But apart from the imaginary numbers, I'm very proud of how this program is performing so far. Yeah, we'll push it back a little bit more. The hillsides look neat compared to what I usually get, says Arthur. You just mean the effect of the DLC bogland on a sloped terrain? Okay, I'm going to have it show me, just to confirm, I'm going to have it show me to make sure that we're using all 3 rungs. Because if we're not, then we're going to have to rethink this. You know, we might only need 2. Might be able to do it with this unequal spacing to only need 2. But we're going to change this number of tiles to 0 for now and see what happens. You mean the hillsides are precise, they're crisp, they're clean? Well, they have to be. We cannot leave this up to the elevation generation section. It will at best, it will randomly distribute the hills across the map. And we need to make sure that we have something fair in every corner. At worst, it will concentrate the hills on one side of the map. So this will just kind of confirm the rungs. Okay, so that's good. So we still have the 2 rungs. That's excellent. And it's a little bit steeper here, I think. So we can actually move this in further back. I'm wondering if we can get rid of that rung is the thing. But it's not that many lands. So we'll keep moving it in. Move it into maybe 5 again. Yeah, I mean, we got 3, but just barely. This is good. This is more tucked away in the corner. I think this is going to be about the size that we need. We'll keep the 3 rungs because that's what we had before. Even though if we told this to expand, it probably would fill the whole thing. Oh, well, yeah, I definitely can see what's going on. I think what the hills, and I actually did develop a checkering program for this, but the hills are biased toward pre-existing lands, I think. All right, so we'll set that number of tiles back to 10,000. Save that. And then we will also do more stuff with rotation. So create some more stuff here. Empty, mountain, mountain. Okay, and we will rotate it 90 degrees around the point 50-50. And we will do that (180) and 270. And we'll do that for 3, 4, when using base elevation, not with create elevation. Well, do you specify the exact positions, Arthur, or do you just tell it to randomly go wherever it wants within borders? Because if it's the latter, then it's going to suck. It's not going to do well. It does not plan anything. Okay. Copy this. I've built these scripting tools over years because I noticed that the random map scripting engine was missing features, and I wanted to circumvent that. I wanted to be able to do anything I wanted. Okay. Well, that should work a lot better then. Perhaps sometime I will look at your code. Can't look at it right now, but maybe later. Oh, whatever, we'll tuck this in down here. So now we should have all the mountains around everything. And this data, I don't think we need that data anymore. So we'll get rid of that. And if we did need it, then we can go find it from somewhere else. Okay. Oh, Arthur abandoned the idea for now. That's the key with random map scripting, is to abandon ideas, because you could spend a lot of time trying to make something happen, and if it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. But if you can develop some way to execute the idea, that's really where it comes down to. Like, this is all pre-programmed stuff that compiles the instructions needed in advance to generate this stuff on the random map script. This program is basically writing computer code to the actual script file, and then it's stuffing it in here. Like, no person would be able to write this all by themselves. It would be a nightmare. You would go insane trying. Okay. Oh no. Uh-oh. Well, this one works okay. What is going on? So you're telling me I asked Python to rewrite the RMS for me too? Yes. Python. I suppose it would probably be simpler in Python, but I don't know Python. So I did not do that. What is happening? Oh. We are not properly assigning the points, as usual. So we need to copy that and paste that down there. And we need to put 2s here. This extra step is so annoying, but I don't think you can get it in the output. I guess you probably could if you wanted to. Do pretty much anything in Octave, which is why it's great. Okay. Think it would be the same? Probably wouldn't be very different. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, it only wrote 50 for the second batch. When it was processing lands, it only had 50 some odd lands to process, and it should be 4 times the 50 that it originally was. It should be closer to 200, or maybe above 200 a little bit. Yeah, they had random positions. So it processes that, and now it's going to crunch the numbers for the ridge, and then it will rotate the ridge and process the numbers for that as well. There we go. 180. All right. Come on. Oh, yeah. There we go. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Now that's what we want to see. The right size, they're in the right location. And we can at this point we can use terrains to take over and manipulate that. Let's just check. Let's check giant size to make sure it still spawns properly. Yep. This area is larger, but that's kind of what we want. Maybe we shrink it down just a little bit. This is pretty large. Probably don't want it that big. Let's go back down to tiny. Let's compare the tiny here with the picture. What do you think, Arthur? I think the one on the left is still a little bit bigger than the one on the right. What do you think? Do you think that they're the same size, or that the one on the left is a little bit bigger than the one on the right, or smaller? Well, my stream freezes all the time for you. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Oh shoot, I forgot to adjust the frame rate. It says I have 0 dropped frames though, so I should try to improve the quality of the stream. All right. I keep on forgetting to do that. All right, let's inch this in just a little bit. Let's try 3. See how it does. I think YouTube is intentionally lazy when loading videos with few views, thereby giving them fewer views, making the low viewed channels harder to view. Yeah, I get it. I understand. I get to do this for free, so whatever. Even though this is great, this is good quality content right here. Nobody else in the world makes maps like this. It's like the professional scene, but for map making, instead of actually playing the game. But anybody can play the game, right? And playing the game is more fun than making maps, maybe. Exactly. See, Arthur knows what it's all about. I appreciate that, Arthur. Thank you. I'm just misunderstood. It's not low quality content. I'm just misunderstood. Yeah, look at that. That's better. We could also potentially make it random too, but then we have to bake it into a dynamic list thing. I'm not so sure I want to do that. But I think this is good. This is reasonable. Okay, let's check it on Giant now. Yeah, that'll be fine. That will be 100% fine. We do have these kind of disturbingly large amoeba-like growths of dirt around the oasis. I feel like that might have to get reined in a little bit. We got a big arm just coming out. Might have to decrease the growth. Let's check out Tiny here. Let's see how it looks. It's better behaved on Tiny, but on the large size, it's... Oh, you know what we could do? This would actually be a pretty effective way. We could try this. We could change the size scaling. Oops. And if I'm remembering correctly, 3 is both. Let's check to see what that .ss is. Size scaling, here we go. Both, add the effects of 1 and 2. So 2 is for the number of tiles, and 1 is for the base size. So I say that we do no scaling for the first one. We just let it have whatever base size and number of tiles it's going to do on the giant size. That could be a little dangerous, but we will give it a try. And the other ones will scale. So it took us almost 3 hours to get to this point. But it's good. Like, it's right, it's good, it's going to work, it's awesome. And we're not even done with it. We're not even done with the land generation yet. That's the crazy part. See, we got to put player lands down too. Create player lands. Interesting, it took 60 seconds that time. So that it looks the same, and it should on tiny map size. The difference will be on the larger map sizes. Oof. Yeah, we need some type of scaling. Because as you can see, we got the snow creeping back out, and that's not good. So I guess the logical thing is to just scale the base size now. So we're going to set that behavior to 1. Let's start to think about creating the player lands here. So this is the command that we have left over. Oh man, I'm gonna dig into this. I don't want to dig into that right now. I'm just about done. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get that working right. And let's comment this out. Let's run this real quick, and we'll do the one more trick where we have the Oasis do different things, different aspect ratios. And then I think we'll be good to go for it for now. When we come back, we'll do the player lands, and then we'll get into the terrains. Or I might just do a separate video for the player lands, and it'll take half an hour or an hour. It probably will not take very long, actually. That could be good standalone content in and of itself. Like, nobody, as far as I know, nobody has the ability to have random player lands that are not in a circular pattern. The closest I think anybody comes is I think the Mad Catter has an ability to randomize which players are in which location, but the locations themselves are predetermined. They're set. They are not random. And I think you'll really find that quite cool, Arthur. Yeah, we'll get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. Reflection was the way. So we'll save that. And we'll hit generate. And we'll confirm that the base size grows. Yeah, there we go. And it's nice and clean. It's a shame that we can't do anything more with this. Let's go down to tiny. Let me guess, it's probably, yeah, we got the kind of the fuzzy nature of it. On tiny, that still happens. Just the base size is different on tiny. Because we were scaling both. So, I mean, we could just say, well, I don't know. Maybe what we do actually is we could like give them zone avoidance and we could tell them to avoid this by a certain amount, but I think that's just too complicated. But it seems like we want less of this stuff on tiny size and more on the larger size. So I could tweak this for a long time. Maybe we dial it down to 100 and we put this back to 3. We allow it to scale both ways, and we just kind of take whatever this is. Possibly, but not like maybe. This has an elliptical arrangement of players. That is not achievable any other way. Okay. Let's go back to giant. Should have fewer of those arms coming off now. I guess we'll just accept this. We'll accept this for how it is. It'll be okay. It'll be all right, Arthur. Now the elevation we're going to tuck onto the base terrain over here. Everything else is going to be flat. So let us do a couple of more things. I don't want to grapple with the create player lands for now. We'll save that for a separate video. This is all just about the land generation and the elevation generation. We're going to comment that out, comment that out. We're going to uncomment this and this. And we should have the different orientations then be created. That's exactly what's done, Arthur. That is precisely how this create player lands things works. That's how that works. But it's much easier said than done. Problem is that you can't use decimals in RMS. So if you have more than 100 different player placement locations, then you have to have random statements essentially inside of random statements. And it gets very messy. So now you're going to see that it's processing the land up to 526. And actually, let me abort that real quick. I'm just thinking here. Just checking something. Yeah, I guess it's overwriting things. You know, it's calculating a new value for these points every single time because it has a new function to work with. But the rotation needs to be in here. What did we do for Kharga? The rotation is not properly accounted for. Angle of I1, that's what we need. I knew it felt too easy setting that up. Angle of I1 right there. Okay. So that'll allow it to do it at the different angles. All right, and we'll see how that works. Should work well. If there's an error, we'll fix it the way that we always do. But but it will take 4 times as long because we have 2 aspect ratios and 2 different angular orientations of the oasis now. So this will crunch through all the way to 526, and then it'll do it again. It'll be like, okay, well, we want a different set of points now. So now it'll reprocess and grab another set of points and write that in. It'll be interesting to see how big the script file gets as a consequence of that. But there's a reason that we left this out until now. Because we do not want to have to wait 4 times as long for the solution to be ready. Come on. Sure has taken its time thinking about it. I suppose a logical intermediary would have been to just try the different value of R before jumping right into the loop. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's figured it out. Okay. Looks like we were a little bit frozen here in the command window. We're on our 3rd one or something. I don't know. It's solving. I'm curious to see how big the file was. Let's see. So Shimmerpool was 230 kilobytes before this latest run. So it will probably roughly quadruple in size. So it'll be about 1,000. It'll be about 1,000 kilobytes, about 1 megabyte. So I think we'll meet our size target. All right, one more. Perhaps structures are inherently slow. That's why this takes a little bit longer. Okay, that's the last one. Now it's doing the mountains, and now it's done. So 300 seconds later, so you figure about 5 minutes later, it is completed its run. Let's hit generate and see what happens. Okay, this looks like the same configuration. That looks like the same configuration. That also looks like the same configuration. Starting to get suspicious. That also looks like the same configuration. Yeah, it's not looking good. Doesn't want to change. But at least we'll have an accurate estimate of how big the overall file will end up being. And this one is 754 kilobytes for the 4 different versions. It just seems to have overwritten the other versions as the original. So if we come up here, we're never going to read through all of this, but the important thing okay, so it does the static stuff first, the DLC Bogland, DLC Rock, etc. It does all of that first, and then it starts random and ends random. And it defines a 25% chance of each possible thing. So, what if we defined a 100% chance of C1 and a 0% chance of anything else? Then we're going to, when we hit generate, we'll be looking at whatever C1 is. So let's hit generate and show me C1. All right, C1 is this. So now let's come over here and we'll set that to 0, and then we'll set this to 100. So next time we hit generate, then we have a 100% chance of getting C2. So we'll hit generate and we'll see what C2 looks like. Okay, again, nothing. It's the same thing. So I'm assuming it's going to be the same for C3 as well. We'll just do that one. And if it's the same, then we will assume that C4 will be the same. Yeah, it's the same. So clearly didn't do anything. Something is getting overwritten, or something is not getting written properly. We need this structure to be here. It looks like it's the same set of points. We could have it display what the function is, but I think the function is going to be right. I think that the issue is that it's somehow using the old version of the data. Oh, maybe it's having a problem. Perhaps it is having a problem clearing this out, like these fields of the structure. So let's do that for it. Let us do clear, or maybe RM fields. Let's look it up. Remove field for structure. Return a copy of the structure with field F removed. I think that's what we need to do, and I think that that's bitten us in the past. So that. Clear isn't going to work. It doesn't exactly follow the same rules. So we're going to have OA1 equals RM field OA1, and then that field is called X, right? Actually, we can remove multiple fields this way, can't we? Oh well. Let's do them one at a time. We'll do them one at a time for good measure. Oasis 2. So we're going to be removing these fields, and then it'll be generating new ones. And we will hope that that is what this thing needs in order to work. Something smells really good downstairs. I have to go check that out. Structure does not contain field X. Really? I'm pretty sure it does. It's right there. All right, well, let's see what it does contain then. I know there's substructures X, S1 and such. Oh. G. Let's take another look at this here. All right, we're going to try this B, because I think that's kind of the go-to thing that it returns. So we set this definition, but when it goes through Landscribe, it actually turns it into XB. So that's what we need to add there. And that could explain why this, yeah, that explains why this isn't updating properly, is because this is declaring X instead of XB and YB. We'll see though. So overall, the process is a little bit longer, but the script file is a little bit smaller. And that's better because you want your customer to have the smoothest experience possible. And if that means spending a little bit more time to get them a leaner script that does the same thing, then that's what you got to do. really hoping that this is going to work. All right, I'm going to step away real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Just let that continue to crunch. Okay, I am back. It's still thinking, still going through it. So many options, you know, you kind of have to have the structures. Although, I think the original version of Kharga would take like 20 minutes to do all of the land calculations, so this is still pretty fast. And it's just, the commands themselves are not faster, the functions, the programs are not faster. If you really wanted to fill the entire map with lands, then the previous version of this program is the better choice. But this has more options. You know, like it's got to figure all this stuff out for every single line, you know. It's got to do all of that. And whereas with the other one, it was basically just land position and base elevation and terrain type. That was it. And it would assume that there was no land growth. It would assume a certain base size. And in this case, it's not doing that. It's trying to take as much information as you're willing to give about the different lands, and it will create the create land command. Okay, another about 5 minutes. All right. Panic. Ooh, that looks good. This one looks a little bit bigger. That one looks the same. Oh yeah, look at that. There we go, moment of glory. It rotated, although this is pretty ugly right here. I gotta say, that's kind of ugly. We'll have to keep an eye out for that to see if that appears much more often. but this is excellent. This is pretty much exactly the phenomenon that we want to create. So we've got the neutral lands here, and we'll do another video on the player lands. Yeah, see how this is narrower than the other one? It's got two different thicknesses to the oasis, which is good. See, this is a wider version. So that's good. We got all four playing here. The only thing that worried me is that we had that really weird growth of land coming off the side, but that's not the end of the world. That's a solvable problem. So there you go. 4 hours and about 15 minutes later, from tinkering and tweaking, see how that shrunk there in size? Tinkering and tweaking, we got it though. We got it. New set of rules. Yeah, like look at this. We see if we can make sure that that doesn't happen. But that's a terrain thing. I think we can work on that with terrains. So thanks everybody for your time, and yeah, we'll clean that up with terrain generation. And I will catch you guys next time. We'll do the player lands next time. For next video, it'll be a shorter video. It'll probably be an hour. And then we'll get into elevations, which would be very easy. Again, we'll probably actually do create player lands and elevation at the same time. And then we'll get into the terrains, and then we'll get into the objects. So I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. And this is going to be an awesome upgrade when it's all done. So thank you, and we'll see you soon.